Long before Azkaban became a name spoken in lowered voices, before it appeared in ministry records or court proceedings, it existed as something far less concrete and far more unsettling. It existed as an understanding within the wizarding world, an unspoken agreement that there were places from which people were not meant to return unchanged. Some destinations were not designed for release, reflection, or redemption. They were designed to end participation. Azkaban was not conceived first as a prison. It emerged from a way of thinking shaped by fear, secrecy, and the belief that order could be maintained through absolute removal. To understand how such a place could be accepted, it is necessary to understand the anxieties that had long shaped magical governance. Magic, by its nature, carries consequence. It heals and harms, protects and exposes, and amplifies the intentions of those who wield it. Witches and wizards have always understood that the same ability that allows wonder can just as easily enable devastation. Because of this, punishment within magical society was historically cautious rather than severe. Early systems of justice favoured separation over annihilation. Those deemed dangerous were exiled, restricted, or temporarily confined while decisions were made. These methods were imperfect and often inconsistent, but they were rooted in the assumption that wrongdoing did not automatically justify obliteration of identity. Punishment removed individuals from harm, but it did not aim to erase them entirely. That balance began to collapse when secrecy became non-negotiable. With the enactment of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy in 1689, exposure ceased to be a local problem and became an existential threat. A single public act of magic could unravel generations of concealment. The survival of magical society now depended on invisibility, restraint, and control. In that environment, fear stopped being incidental. It became functional. The central question shifted accordingly. The issue was no longer how to punish crime after it occurred, but how to make certain acts unthinkable in the first place. The wizarding world began to search for consequences so isolating, so complete, that the idea of crossing certain boundaries would carry unbearable weight. Deterrence was no longer about confinement alone. It was about psychological finality. It was during this period of tightening control that attention returned to an island far out in the North Sea. The island did not appear on any map, magical or otherwise, not because it had been forgotten, but because it had been deliberately erased. No shipping routes passed nearby, no settlements formed along its shores. Storms gathered around it with unusual persistence, and the sea itself seemed resistant to approach. Isolation there was absolute, shaped as much by intent as by geography. Endless water stretched in every direction, erasing any sense of orientation or progress. The horizon offered no landmarks, only a constant grey boundary between sea and sky. Waves struck stone with patient regularity, reinforcing the sense that time itself behaved differently there. To be sent to such a place was to be removed not only from society, but from the rhythms that made ordinary life comprehensible. Yet even this engineered isolation was not the beginning of the island's darkness. Centuries earlier, the fortress that would eventually become Azkaban had been constructed by a dark wizard known as Ekrizdis. Very little reliable information about him survives. What is known suggests that his interests did not centre on power, conquest, or ideology. They centred on suffering. Through powerful concealment charms, he removed the island from awareness and began luring Muggle sailors to its shores through enchantment and deception. Once there, The sailors were imprisoned within the fortress and subjected to prolonged torture before being killed. These acts were carried out repeatedly, far from witnesses or accountability. There was no political motive and no larger cause. Pain itself became the defining feature of the place. Over time, the sustained use of extreme dark magic altered the island's magical environment. Such magic does not dissipate cleanly. It settles into stone corridors and foundations, leaving residues that persist long after the caster is gone. When Echrisdis eventually died, the concealment charms collapsed, allowing the Ministry of Magic to discover the fortress for the first time. Investigators arrived expecting a ruined stronghold. Instead, they found an environment saturated with despair and infested with Dementors. The creatures had been drawn to the island by decades of accumulated suffering and had multiplied in an environment perfectly suited to their nature. Accounts from those who entered suggest that even the Dementors were not the most disturbing discovery. The Ministry faced an immediate dilemma. Dementors could not be destroyed, and dismantling the fortress risked dispersing them into the wider world. Some officials argued for decisive action, regardless of the risk. Others hesitated, unwilling to take responsibility for potential consequences. In the end, the Ministry chose avoidance. The island was abandoned rather than resolved, acknowledged as a danger but left untouched. Years passed, followed by decades, and the unresolved presence of the island lingered at the edges of institutional memory. When the wizarding world later struggled with the realities of imprisoning dangerous individuals under the demands of total secrecy, the island resurfaced in discussion. It was already hidden, already feared, and already guarded by entities no witch or wizard could overpower. What had once been a liability began to be reframed as an asset. When Azkaban was formally adopted as a prison, it was not because it represented justice, it represented certainty. Dementors would serve as guards, eliminating the need for constant oversight. Escape would be rendered unnecessary, not through force alone, but through the erosion of will. Happiness would not survive long enough to inspire resistance. Memory would become a weapon turned inward. Azkaban replaced execution not with mercy, but with endurance. Death ended suffering. Azkaban extended it, stretching punishment across years until identity itself began to thin and dissolve. Prisoners were not physically tortured, but they were steadily eroded. Time lost coherence, memories resurfaced without relief. Some inmates screamed until exhaustion claimed even that outlet, while others withdrew inward until nothing remained but bodies sustained by despair. This outcome was not accidental, it was the design. From its inception, Azkaban was built on the belief that fear could maintain order more efficiently than accountability or reform. There were objections. Some within the Ministry questioned whether the use of Dementors constituted justice at all, or whether it represented a deliberate abdication of moral responsibility. One minister, Eldritch Diggory, visited the prison personally and returned deeply shaken, speaking of despair so complete it felt infectious. His attempts at reform never reached fruition. He died before any meaningful change could occur, and with his death, the questions lost momentum. Azkaban functioned as intended. There were no escapes, no uprisings, and no public reckonings. The prison delivered silence and compliance, and so it was allowed to endure. This is the foundation upon which Azkaban was built. Not necessity alone, but fear rendered practical. Convenience reframed as security. A collective willingness to believe that some lives could be reduced to warnings for the sake of stability. Long before the first prisoner arrived, Azkaban had already fulfilled its purpose by becoming an idea the wizarding world was willing to accept and live alongside for generations. The island itself played a role in this acceptance that is easy to overlook when focusing solely on policy and punishment. Geography mattered in the wizarding imagination, not just as a practical consideration, but as a symbolic one. Distance implied severance, water implied finality, an island implied removal so complete that even thought struggled to follow. The North Sea, cold and unforgiving, reinforced the sense that Azkaban existed beyond ordinary concern, beyond the rhythms of daily magical life. Unlike inland prisons, which remain connected to roads, villages, and familiar landscapes, this island offered no such continuity. The journey there was itself a transition. Long stretches of grey water erased the sense of direction, while the absence of landmarks created a feeling of suspension, as though travellers were moving not toward a destination, but away from everything else. For prisoners, this passage marked the first stage of erasure. By the time the fortress came into view, the world they had known already felt distant and unreal. The sea surrounding the island was more than a physical barrier. In magical terms, large bodies of water have long been associated with concealment, distortion, and resistance to certain forms of spellwork. Charms behave unpredictably over open water, and magical tracking becomes less reliable the farther one travels from fixed points of reference. This natural interference complemented the artificial concealment placed upon the island, creating layers of separation that reinforced the sense that Azkaban existed outside normal reach. Storms were frequent in the surrounding waters, their persistence contributing to the island's reputation long before its purpose was widely known. Sailors, magical and non-magical alike, avoided the area instinctively. The weather was not necessarily unnatural, but it was consistent enough to feel deliberate. Wind and rain battered the rock relentlessly, eroding stone and resolve alike. The environment did not offer welcome or shelter, it offered endurance. Within this setting, the fortress rose as an extension of the landscape, rather than a disruption of it. Built directly into the rock, its walls blended into the island's contours, giving the impression that the structure had emerged from the stone, rather than been imposed upon it. This visual continuity reinforced the idea that the place was not temporary or adaptable. It was meant to last, to outlive those who passed through it. The absence of surrounding life further intensified this impression. There were no nearby settlements, no auxiliary buildings, no signs of ordinary habitation. Everything about the island communicated singular purpose. Even before it became a prison, it was not a place people lived, it was a place people were taken. For the ministry, this isolation offered practical advantages that aligned neatly with political priorities. A prison located so far from population centres minimised risk of exposure and reduced the need for ongoing engagement. Once prisoners were delivered, the system required little maintenance beyond periodic transport and oversight. The Dementors themselves eliminated the need for a large guard presence, further distancing officials from the daily reality of what occurred within the walls. This distance had consequences. Physical separation made emotional detachment easier. Decisions about sentencing and duration could be made in offices far removed from the lived experience of incarceration. The suffering of prisoners became abstract, reduced to reports and numbers rather than faces and voices. The island's remoteness allowed cruelty to persist without constant confrontation. Over time, the location itself became inseparable from the punishment it represented. To be sent to Azkaban was not merely to be imprisoned, but to be removed from the conceptual boundaries of the community. Families spoke of loved ones as lost rather than incarcerated. The distance made visits impractical, and the Dementors made them unbearable. As a result, prisoners faded quickly from social memory, their absence reinforced by geography as much as by policy. The island's isolation also contributed to the myth-making that surrounded Azkaban. Few people saw it firsthand. Fewer still spoke openly about what they experienced there. Stories circulated in fragments, growing more ominous with each retelling. The lack of concrete detail allowed fear to fill the gaps, strengthening the prison's reputation as a place beyond comprehension. This reputation served the ministry well. Deterrence relied not only on actual conditions, but on imagined ones. The less people knew, the more powerful the idea became. Azkaban's location ensured that imagination would always outpace reality, and that fear would travel farther than any ship ever could. In this way, the island did more than house the prison. It shaped the way Azkaban was understood, discussed, and ultimately tolerated. Distance transformed suffering into abstraction, and abstraction into acceptance. The North Sea did not merely surround Azkaban, it insulated the wizarding world from the full weight of what it had created. As years passed, this insulation hardened. New generations grew up knowing Azkaban only as a name and a warning, not as a place rooted in specific choices and circumstances. The island became synonymous with inevitability, as though no alternative could have existed. Geography helped turn a decision into destiny. Yet beneath this sense of inevitability lay a simpler truth. Azkaban remained where it was because its location made it easier not to look too closely. The island offered distance, silence, and separation, and in doing so, it allowed fear to function smoothly as a system of control. Long before any sentence was carried out within its walls, the island itself had already done much of the work. The decision to place Dementors at the centre of this system did not arise from ignorance. By the time Azkaban was formalised as a prison, the wizarding world already understood, in broad terms, what Dementors were and what they did. They were not animals, and they were not mindless forces of nature. They were sentient beings sustained by despair, drawn instinctively to suffering, and capable of inducing it with devastating efficiency. What made them attractive to policymakers was not their cruelty, but their reliability. Dementors did not tire. They did not question orders. They did not require wages, housing, or allegiance to any ideology beyond their own hunger. Left to themselves, they fed indiscriminately. Directed carefully, they could be positioned where despair was most readily available. Azkaban offered them an inexhaustible source. This arrangement allowed the ministry to distance itself further from the mechanics of punishment. Guards did not need to patrol corridors or restrain prisoners physically. The presence of Dementors ensured compliance without constant intervention. Inmates were subdued not through force, but through erosion of spirit. The system functioned continuously, even in the absence of oversight. There was an assumption, rarely examined in detail, that Dementors could be controlled indefinitely. As long as they were fed, they would remain contained. As long as they remained contained, they would serve the interests of order. This assumption treated the creatures less as autonomous beings and more as tools, an approach that would later reveal its fragility. The use of Dementors also reframed punishment in subtle but profound ways. Traditional incarceration removes freedom. Azkaban removed interior life. Prisoners did not merely lose contact with the outside world, they lost access to their own memories in any form that offered comfort. Joy was not suppressed temporarily, it was excavated and consumed. For many inmates, the most unbearable aspect was not pain but repetition. Dementors forced them to relive moments of guilt, regret, and terror without variation or resolution. The mind became a closed loop, cycling endlessly through the same memories until they lost coherence. Over time, prisoners struggled to distinguish between what had happened and what was happening. Past and present collapsed into a single, continuous state of despair. This experience did not discriminate. The guilty and the innocent were affected in precisely the same way. Dementors did not assess moral culpability, they responded only to emotional intensity. As a result, the system made no allowance for error, injustice, or complexity. Once inside Azkaban, all prisoners were reduced to the same condition. The Ministry accepted this uniformity as a feature rather than a flaw. Equal suffering was interpreted as equal justice. Individual circumstances became irrelevant once a sentence was handed down. The prison did not correct wrongdoing, it absorbed people. Over time, Azkaban came to represent a boundary that most witches and wizards preferred not to examine too closely. Its existence allowed society to believe that danger had been neatly contained somewhere far away. Criminals were no longer problems to be understood or addressed. They were removed from view, along with the uncomfortable questions their actions raised. This separation fostered a kind of collective amnesia. Few people asked what happened to those sent there after the initial sentence was delivered. Letters went unanswered. Visits became rare, and then non-existent. Even names faded. The prison's function depended as much on forgetting as it did on confinement. Within the Ministry, Azkaban's effectiveness was measured primarily by absence. Absence of escape, absence of disturbance, absence of public scrutiny. As long as nothing emerged from the island to challenge authority, the system was considered successful. Yet beneath this surface stability, the foundations were less secure than they appeared. Dementors were not loyal in any meaningful sense. Their cooperation was contingent on continued access to despair. They did not share the Ministry's interest in justice, order, or secrecy. They shared only an interest in feeding. This dependency created a quiet imbalance of power. By relying on Dementors, the wizarding world ceded a measure of control to creatures whose needs it could not fully regulate. As long as Azkaban remained full, the arrangement held. But the system offered no safeguard against change. At the same time, the psychological toll of Azkaban extended beyond its walls. Families of prisoners learned to grieve without closure. Communities learned to accept disappearance as resolution. The idea that someone could be sent away and effectively erased reshaped social expectations. Certain crimes came to be viewed as terminal, not because they were unforgivable, but because the system allowed no path back. This understanding influenced behaviour in subtle ways. Fear of Azkaban discouraged dissent as much as it discouraged crime. The prison's reputation loomed over political disagreements and social unrest, reminding everyone of the cost of being deemed dangerous. In this way, Azkaban functioned not only as a place of punishment, but as a psychological boundary. It marked the edge of acceptable existence within magical society. Beyond it lay silence. The reliance on Dementors amplified this effect. Unlike human guards, they could not be appealed to, reasoned with, or resisted through solidarity. They represented an impersonal force, one that reduced all resistance to futility. Their presence ensured that Azkaban was not merely feared, but imagined as inescapable. For a time this was enough. The wizarding world lived with the knowledge of Azkaban without confronting its implications. The prison remained distant, its operations opaque, its consequences abstract. Fear did its work quietly, but systems built on fear tend to reveal their weaknesses slowly and always at a cost. As circumstances changed and pressures mounted, the assumptions that sustained Azkaban would be tested. The creatures, entrusted with maintaining order, would begin to act according to their own nature, and the distance that once insulated the wizarding world would no longer be enough to contain what it had allowed to grow. For now, however, Azkaban stood as it had been designed to stand, isolated, enduring, and largely unquestioned. To understand why Dementors functioned so effectively within this system, it is necessary to look beyond their use as guards and consider what they are at a more fundamental level. Dementors are often described in simple terms as creatures that drain happiness or induce despair, but such descriptions barely capture the depth of their effect. They do not merely suppress positive emotion, they actively dismantle the structures that allow a mind to orient itself toward meaning. In the presence of a Dementor, memory ceases to function as reassurance. Moments that once provided comfort are stripped of warmth and replayed only for their pain. Love is recalled not for connection, but for loss. Achievement is remembered only as pressure. Even neutral memories lose coherence, collapsing into a generalized sense of failure. This is why prolonged exposure is so devastating. The mind is deprived not only of joy, but of narrative continuity. Without the ability to frame experience as progress or growth, time itself becomes oppressive. This effect does not require physical contact. Dementors exert influence simply by proximity, saturating their surroundings with emotional weight. In Azkaban, where prisoners were confined in close quarters and deprived of stimulation, this influence became inescapable. There was no refuge within the fortress. Walls offered no insulation. Silence amplified the effect rather than diminishing it. The absence of distraction ensured that every thought turned inward. What made Dementors particularly dangerous was not just their capacity to induce despair, but their responsiveness to it. They were drawn instinctively to suffering, feeding upon it and growing stronger in its presence. Azkaban created a closed system in which despair generated more despair, sustaining the very creatures tasked with enforcing it. The prison did not merely contain Dementors, it nourished them. The origins of Dementors remain deliberately unclear within magical scholarship. What is known is that they are not mortal beings and cannot be killed through conventional means. They do not reproduce in ways that can be easily observed or regulated. Their numbers increase in environments saturated with misery, suggesting that they emerge where suffering reaches sufficient density. Some theorists have proposed that Dementors are manifestations of collective despair given form, while others argue they are ancient entities drawn to such conditions, rather than created by them. These interpretations remain speculative, but they converge on one point. Dementors thrive where hope is systematically denied. This understanding complicates the decision to employ them as instruments of justice. By placing Dementors at the heart of Azkaban, the wizarding world committed itself to maintaining an environment of ongoing despair. Any reduction in suffering would weaken the guards. Any attempt at humane reform would destabilize the system. The prison's effectiveness became inseparable from cruelty. The relationship between Dementors and authority was therefore inherently unstable. They did not share human priorities. They did not value order, safety, or secrecy. They valued sustenance. As long as Azkaban remained full and active, their needs were met, but their cooperation was conditional, and the system offered no contingency for scarcity or change. Despite this, the Ministry persisted in treating Dementors as manageable assets. Protocols were established, boundaries were drawn. So long as the creatures remained within the island's perimeter, their presence was considered contained. This reliance created a dangerous illusion of control, one reinforced by years of apparent stability. For prisoners, the experience of Dementor exposure varied only in degree, not in kind. Some resisted initially, clinging to fragments of memory or defiance. Others collapsed quickly, overwhelmed by the intensity of emotional intrusion. Over time, these differences faded. Prolonged exposure leveled all resistance. The mind adapted by narrowing its focus, withdrawing from anything that might attract attention. Silence became a survival strategy. In this state, prisoners lost not only hope, but agency. Decision-making became irrelevant when all choices led back to the same emotional terrain. Even the desire for escape diminished, replaced by a dull endurance that required no expectation of change. This condition suited the prison's purpose perfectly. Compliance did not need to be enforced. It emerged naturally from exhaustion. Outside the fortress, the consequences were less visible, but equally profound. The existence of such a punishment reshaped collective expectations around justice. Crimes associated with Azkaban ceased to be discussed in terms of motive or context. They were categorized simply as unforgivable. The sentence itself replaced moral inquiry. This shift affected how the wizarding world understood responsibility. If punishment was absolute, then understanding became unnecessary. The prison absorbed not only criminals, but the discomfort of grappling with their actions. Azkaban became a place where complexity was sent to disappear. Over time, this reliance on erasure weakened the broader ethical framework of magical society. Fear proved efficient, but it did not encourage reflection or reform. It discouraged dissent, curiosity, and challenge. The threat of Azkaban loomed over debates and disagreements, narrowing the range of acceptable thought. Yet even as the prison's reputation grew, the creatures at its centre remained poorly understood. Dementors were rarely studied in controlled conditions. Their effects were observed, but not analysed in ways that might reduce dependence upon them. To do so would have required acknowledging that the system itself was precarious. This avoidance delayed reckoning, but it did not prevent it. Dementors, sustained by despair and indifferent to human authority, were never destined to remain loyal indefinitely. The same qualities that made them effective guards also made them unpredictable allies. For now, however, the system held. Azkaban remained full, the island remained distant, the Dementors remained fed. The wizarding world continued to live with the arrangement it had created, insulated by geography and habit from the full implications of its choices. But systems that rely on despair rarely fail quietly. They accumulate strain, waiting for circumstances to shift. When they do, the consequences extend far beyond the walls that once seemed so secure. Despite their central role in Azkaban, Dementors have never been fully explained within wizarding scholarship, and this lack of certainty is not accidental. Magical theory tends to define what can be categorized, controlled, or countered. Dementors resist all three. They do not conform to known classifications of beings, spirits, or constructs. They are not alive in any biological sense, yet they exhibit awareness, preference, and response. They are not dead, yet they exist in close proximity to death and decay. What can be stated with confidence is limited. Dementors cannot be destroyed through conventional magic. Spells that damage physical matter pass through them with little effect. Attempts to banish them permanently have failed, suggesting that they are not bound to specific locations in the way ghosts are. They do not age, and they do not appear to weaken over time unless deprived of despair. Their persistence indicates that they are sustained by conditions rather than by internal vitality. Beyond these observations, interpretation begins. One line of thought holds that Dementors are manifestations of despair itself, given form when suffering reaches a certain threshold. According to this view, they are not created intentionally, but emerge wherever cruelty, hopelessness, and fear accumulates without relief. If this interpretation is accurate, then the presence of Dementors on the island before Azkaban became a prison is not coincidental. The fortress, shaped by prolonged torture and isolation, may have crossed the threshold required for such entities to arise. Another theory suggests that Dementors are ancient beings drawn to despair rather than born from it. In this framework, they existed long before wizarding society encountered them, drifting toward environments that sustain them in much the same way predators follow food sources. The island's history of suffering would have made it a natural convergence point. The growth of their population would then reflect opportunity rather than origin. Both interpretations remain speculative. What they share is an emphasis on environment. Whether Dementors are born of despair or merely attracted to it, they require it. Without suffering, they weaken. Without hopelessness, they cannot endure. This dependency is the key to understanding both their power and their vulnerability. The Patronus charm stands as the clearest evidence of this relationship. Unlike most defensive spells, it does not rely on force, containment, or damage. It relies on memory, not memory as recollection alone, but as emotional anchor. A successful Patronus requires the caster to summon a feeling of genuine happiness, safety, or connection, strong enough to occupy the mind completely. In the presence of such a memory, Dementors retreat, not because they are physically harmed, but because the emotional environment becomes inhospitable. Hope disrupts the conditions they need to feed. The spell does not defeat them in a conventional sense. It denies them access. This dynamic reveals something important about why Dementors cannot be controlled indefinitely. Their influence depends on the absence of countervailing emotion. Where despair is absolute, they dominate. Where hope reasserts itself, even briefly, their hold weakens. Azkaban functioned precisely because it minimized opportunities for such disruption. Prisoners were isolated from one another, limiting the formation of supportive bonds. Communication was discouraged. Sensory deprivation reduced access to new experience. In this environment, even memory became unreliable. Without external reinforcement, positive recollection faded, leaving nothing for a Patronus to draw upon. This was not an incidental outcome. It was an alignment of conditions. Azkaban was designed to ensure that the one force capable of repelling Dementors remained inaccessible to those confined within it. Outside the prison, the Patronus charm remained rare. Casting it required discipline, emotional clarity, and a degree of self-knowledge that many witches and wizards never developed. Its difficulty reinforced the perception that Dementors were largely unstoppable. Only trained specialists could repel them, and even then, only temporarily. This imbalance further elevated the Dementors' status as instruments of control. Their near invulnerability encouraged complacency. If they could not be destroyed, then they could be relied upon. If they could be relied upon, then the system built around them required no fundamental change. Yet this logic ignored a crucial distinction. Being difficult to repel is not the same as being loyal. Dementors did not align themselves with human authority out of obligation. They aligned with opportunity. As long as the system provided a steady supply of despair, cooperation was convenient. This arrangement left little room for adaptation. Any attempt to humanize the prison would have threatened its guards. Any reduction in suffering would have weakened the very entities responsible for maintaining order. Reform and stability became mutually exclusive. Over time, this rigidity limited the wizarding world's capacity to respond to change. New threats emerged. Political pressures shifted. The assumption that Azkaban could function unchanged indefinitely went largely unexamined. The prison's apparent permanence obscured its fragility. Meanwhile, Dementors continued to exist beyond the island, occasionally deployed for security or containment elsewhere. Each such use reinforced their legitimacy as tools rather than as hazards. Their presence at public events or during crises normalized their role, extending the logic of Azkaban into the broader world. This expansion carried consequences. Exposure to Dementors affected not only criminals, but ordinary witches and wizards. Children, in particular, were vulnerable to their effects, lacking the emotional defenses required to withstand prolonged proximity. These incidents offered glimpses of the harm inherent in treating despair as a controllable resource. Despite this, meaningful reassessment was slow. The system remained intact, supported by habit, fear, and the absence of immediate catastrophe. Dementors were feared, but they were also convenient. They embodied a solution that required no introspection. In time, this convenience would prove costly. Creatures sustained by despair cannot be confined by agreements alone. Their nature resists alignment with any structure that does not serve their hunger. The conditions that empowered them within Azkaban would eventually extend beyond its walls, revealing the limits of a system built on emotional erasure. For now, however, the imbalance remained largely theoretical. Azkaban continued to operate as it always had, its foundations unchallenged, its methods unquestioned. The Dementors remained at their posts, feeding quietly on the despair that flowed steadily toward them, while the wizarding world continued to look away. Inside Azkaban, the effects of this system were not abstract. They unfolded slowly, relentlessly, and without variation. Prisoners were not subjected to sudden acts of violence or dramatic punishment. Instead, they entered an environment designed to empty them over time. The absence of light, colour, and sound stripped away external reference points, leaving the mind to turn inward without interruption. Cells were small and cold, their stone walls offering no texture that could be meaningfully engaged. There were no windows, no changing views, no markers of time beyond the faint awareness of meals delivered without conversation. Days did not pass so much as accumulate, indistinguishable from one another. Without events to separate one moment from the next, memory lost structure. the future became unimaginable, and the past became a source of constant intrusion rather than comfort. Dementors drifted through the corridors with quiet regularity. Their presence felt before it was seen. The air itself seemed to grow heavier as they approached, pressing inward on thought and breath. Prisoners learned to recognize this pressure instinctively, bracing themselves for the familiar collapse that followed. Resistance was possible only briefly. Over time, the efforts required to maintain even a fragment of inner stability became unsustainable. The memories forced to the surface were not chosen. They arrived without context or relief, replaying moments of fear, shame, and regret with relentless clarity. Prisoners relived failures and losses until those experiences eclipsed all others. Even memories once associated with love or pride were hollowed out, reduced to reminders of what had been lost. The mind became hostile terrain, offering no refuge. This process affected all prisoners in the same fundamental way. Guilt did not deepen the suffering, nor did innocence lessen it. Dementors responded only to emotional intensity, not to moral distinction. As a result, the prison erased difference. Individual histories blurred, replaced by a shared condition of despair. For some inmates, this led to madness. Thought fragmented under the strain, speech became incoherent, and perception drifted away from reality. Others retained awareness, but lost the ability to care. They stopped reacting, stopped speaking, stopped eating unless prompted. Life narrowed to endurance, stripped of anticipation or meaning. Time behaved strangely in this state. Without change or progression, weeks and months lost distinction. Prisoners could not reliably recall how long they had been confined. Sentences measured in years became incomprehensible abstractions. The mind, deprived of narrative, ceased to mark duration. This temporal collapse further weakened resistance, reinforcing the sense that nothing would ever alter. Occasionally, a prisoner would attempt to cling to memory deliberately, repeating names or events in an effort to preserve identity. These efforts rarely lasted. Dementors were drawn to such concentration, feeding more aggressively when emotion intensified. What little hope remained was consumed first. Visits from the outside world were technically permitted, but they offered little relief. Exposure to Dementors during visitation ensured that family members experienced the prison's effects firsthand. The despair that filled the fortress spilled outward, leaving visitors shaken and unable to offer comfort. Over time, visits became rare and then ceased altogether. In this isolation, prisoners faded from social existence. Without correspondence or presence, they became rumours rather than people. Their absence was absorbed quietly into the background of daily life, reinforcing the prison's function as a mechanism of erasure. The loss of identity was not a side effect, it was the outcome. Azkaban did not seek confession, reform, or understanding. It sought compliance through exhaustion. By the time a prisoner reached the end of a sentence, if release occurred at all, the individual who emerged bore little resemblance to the person who had entered. This reality challenged the notion that Azkaban preserved safety without cost. The prison did not merely remove threats, it produced survivors incapable of reintegration, people whose inner lives had been dismantled beyond easy repair. The consequences extended beyond the walls, affecting families, communities, and the broader social fabric. Yet these outcomes remained largely invisible. Azkaban's isolation ensured that suffering unfolded without witnesses. Reports focused on containment and security rather than condition. The prison's success was measured by silence, not by what was required to maintain it. In this way, Azkaban functioned as a place where suffering was made efficient. It transformed punishment into a process that required no escalation and no conclusion. Despair sustained itself, feeding the creatures that enforced it and justifying their continued presence. For the wizarding world, this arrangement allowed a dangerous illusion to persist. Order appeared stable, threats appeared contained. The cost, buried beneath layers of distance and habit, remained largely unexamined. Only when that distance collapsed and the consequences could no longer be ignored would the full weight of what Azkaban had done begin to surface. Among those sent to Azkaban, there were cases that the ministry preferred not to dwell on. Some names were recorded with confidence, their crimes established through trials, testimony, and evidence that left little room for doubt. Others arrived through processes far less rigorous. In periods of heightened fear, suspicion hardened quickly into certainty, and the threshold for incarceration lowered accordingly. Azkaban did not distinguish between degrees of proof. Once a sentence was imposed, the experience inside the fortress unfolded in exactly the same way. This uniformity meant that innocence offered no protection. A prisoner who had committed no crime endured the same erosion of memory and identity as one who had. The Dementors did not respond to truth or context. They responded to distress, and innocence often carried its own particular anguish. Confusion, betrayal, and the inability to understand why punishment had been imposed became additional sources of suffering, intensifying the emotional conditions that sustained the prison. For such prisoners, the first weeks were often the most destabilizing. Expectation of correction or release lingered briefly, sustained by the belief that a mistake would be recognized. As days passed without explanation or reprieve, that belief weakened. Hope, once diminished, became a liability. Each resurgence attracted the attention of the Dementors, hastening its removal. In time, even the impulse to protest faded. Those who had lived disciplined lives before incarceration sometimes attempted to impose structure on their confinement. They counted steps, repeated routines, or marked time through mental rituals. These strategies offered limited relief. Without external reinforcement, structure collapsed inward, becoming another reminder of absence rather than a source of stability. The mind cannot sustain order indefinitely in an environment designed to dismantle it. The presence of Dementors ensured that emotional pain was never allowed to settle into numbness completely. Just as exhaustion threatened to dull awareness, the creature's proximity reignited memory, forcing sensation back into consciousness. This oscillation between collapse and intrusion prevented adaptation. Prisoners could neither fully shut down nor recover, leaving them suspended in a state of continuous vulnerability. Over longer periods, this condition altered how prisoners perceive themselves. Identity depends on continuity, on the ability to link past experience to present intention. In Azkaban, those links eroded steadily. Prisoners forgot what they valued, what they feared, and eventually what they wanted. Without desire, there was no internal resistance left to maintain. This loss extended to language. Some inmates struggled to form coherent sentences even when addressed. Words detached from meaning, surfacing as fragments rather than communication. Thought narrowed to immediate sensation, and sensation narrowed to endurance. The future, when imagined at all, appeared as an extension of the present rather than a departure from it. Release from Azkaban, when it occurred, did not reverse these effects. Those who emerged carried the prison with them. their emotional range permanently constricted. Joy felt unfamiliar, even threatening. Crowds overwhelmed them. Silence, once imposed, became sought after. Reintegration proved difficult, not because of social stigma alone, but because the internal architecture required for participation had been compromised. The rarity of release reinforced the prison's reputation. Sentences were often indefinite, their duration dependent on political climate as much as on conduct. Reviews, when conducted, focused on security rather than rehabilitation. The question was not whether a prisoner had changed, but whether they remained contained. This emphasis ensured that Azkaban functioned as a terminus rather than a waypoint. Within the ministry, this outcome was quietly accepted. Azkaban reduced administrative burden by resolving cases permanently. There was no need to develop long-term support structures or reintegration programs. The prison absorbed complexity and returned silence. Over time, this efficiency reshaped institutional expectations, narrowing the scope of what justice was understood to require. Yet even within this system, anomalies occurred. A small number of prisoners retained a measure of internal resistance, not through happiness, but through obsession or fixation. Strong emotions, even negative ones, could provide a tenuous anchor. Hatred, guilt, or a single unresolved goal sometimes preserved identity where hope could not. These cases were rare, and they did not reflect resilience so much as imbalance. Such anomalies hinted at the limits of the system. They suggested that the mind could sometimes adapt in unexpected ways, exploiting emotional intensity to resist complete dissolution. The ministry did not study these cases closely. To do so would have required acknowledging that the prison's effects were not uniform and that its outcomes were not entirely predictable. For the majority, however, Azkaban achieved what it was designed to achieve. It removed people not only from society, but from themselves. By the time their names faded from records and memory, the individuals behind those names had already been reduced to endurance. This reality rarely intruded upon public consciousness. The island remained distant. The process remained hidden. The cost remained abstract. As long as Azkaban continued to function without visible disruption, the wizarding world found little incentive to question it. That complacency would not last indefinitely. Systems built on erasure accumulate pressure quietly, and the strain they impose does not disappear. It waits, carried forward in damaged minds and unexamined decisions, until circumstances force it back into view. For decades, Azkaban appeared to function without exception. Its isolation held, its guards remained in place. Its reputation alone deterred most challenges to its authority. Yet beneath this apparent permanence, there were subtle signs that the system was less absolute than it appeared. These signs did not take the form of open resistance or organized defiance. They appeared instead in rare, almost anomalous cases where the prison failed to erase an individual completely. These failures were not the result of strength in any conventional sense. They did not arise from happiness, optimism, or emotional balance. In fact, such qualities were systematically stripped away. What remained in these cases was something narrower and more rigid: obsession, fixation, a single thought or conviction so consuming that it crowded out all others. In a place designed to dismantle identity by overwhelming the mind with despair, such fixation could function as an unintended anchor. Where most prisoners were dissolved by the erosion of meaning, a few clung to one idea so relentlessly that the Dementors found little variety to exploit. The emotional range narrowed not into emptiness, but into repetition. This state was not healthy, nor was it stable, but it was different. Rather than cycling endlessly through regret and fear, the mind returned again and again to the same conclusion. Guilt, anger, or certainty replaced despair as the dominant emotional current. In this way, the very mechanisms intended to break prisoners occasionally preserved them instead. The ministry did not formally acknowledge these cases, but they were noted quietly in internal records. They were treated as curiosities rather than warnings. After all, the prison still held. The number of such individuals was vanishingly small. There was no mass failure, no immediate threat to containment. What these cases revealed, however, was that Azkaban's control depended on predictability. It assumed that despair would always fragment the mind in the same way. When an individual's internal structure deviated from that expectation, the system's certainty weakened. This realization remained largely theoretical until it intersected with circumstances beyond the prison's walls. Political pressures, war, and shifting allegiances would eventually place demands on Azkaban that it was never designed to meet. When those demands arose, the flaws embedded in its foundations would become impossible to ignore. At the same time, the Dementors themselves were changing. Sustained by decades of concentrated despair, their numbers increased and their confidence grew. Their presence extended beyond the prison more frequently, deployed as instruments of enforcement and intimidation in the wider world. Each deployment reinforced their autonomy and weakened the assumption that they existed solely as guards. The relationship between the ministry and the Dementors was beginning to invert. What had once been framed as control now resembled dependency. The prison required the Dementors to function, but the Dementors no longer required the prison in the same way. Despair was not confined to one island. It existed wherever fear, uncertainty, and violence took hold. As tensions escalated beyond Azkaban, the conditions that sustained the Dementors began to spread. Conflict produced suffering on a broader scale, offering new sources of nourishment. The creatures responded accordingly, drifting toward areas of heightened emotional intensity rather than remaining bound to a single location. This shift undermined one of Azkaban's core assumptions, that the guards would remain where they were placed. The system had no mechanism to compel loyalty, only to offer incentive. When incentive appeared elsewhere, allegiance followed. Inside the prison, conditions worsened. As Dementors responded to external currents of despair, their behaviour became less predictable. Some lingered longer than before. Others withdrew intermittently, creating fluctuations in the emotional pressure within the fortress. Prisoners, already destabilized, struggled to adapt to these changes. The environment grew more volatile, rather than more controlled. The ministry's response was cautious and delayed. Acknowledging instability would have required admitting that the foundation of wizarding incarceration rested on an arrangement that could not be enforced. Public confidence in Azkaban depended on the belief that it was immutable. Yet immutability is an illusion sustained only until circumstances shift. Azkaban's apparent permanence had always depended on conditions remaining static: a full prison, a compliant guard force, and a society willing to look away. As each of these conditions began to change, the system's weaknesses became increasingly apparent. The first true rupture would not come from rebellion within the prison, but from an act that demonstrated unmistakably that Azkaban was not the absolute endpoint it had been believed to be. When that rupture occurred, it would force the wizarding world to confront the reality that fear alone could not guarantee containment. For the first time since its creation, Azkaban's inevitability would be called into question. The moment that finally disrupted the illusion of inevitability did not arrive with spectacle or warning. It did not begin as a coordinated uprising or a visible failure of security. It emerged instead through a single case that exposed with quiet precision the assumptions upon which Azkaban had been built. For the first time, a prisoner left the fortress without permission. This departure did not occur because the guards were overpowered or distracted. It occurred because the system encountered a form of endurance it had never accounted for. The prison was designed to dismantle minds through despair, to reduce individuals to a state where resistance felt pointless. In this case, despair failed to function as intended. What remained was not hope, but certainty. In this instance, the prisoner's emotional landscape did not fracture into regret and confusion. It narrowed into a single, immovable conviction. Guilt did not dominate because guilt was absent. Fear did not dominate because fear had already been exhausted. The mind did not cycle endlessly through memories of wrongdoing. It returned again and again to the same conclusion. That conclusion provided structure where the prison expected collapse. It offered coherence where the Dementors anticipated fragmentation. Deprived of the emotional variation they fed upon, the creatures found less to consume. Despair, when stripped of ambiguity, became thin. This condition allowed the prisoner to endure in a way the system could not interpret. The guards continued their work. The environment remained hostile. Yet the internal landscape no longer responded predictably. In this narrow gap between expectation and reality, escape became possible. The method itself was unremarkable in appearance, but profound in implication. Transformation altered the prisoner's physical state, rendering the effects of Dementors less direct. Emotional experience narrowed further, reducing exposure to their influence. What the prison relied upon as a universal mechanism failed when confronted with a mind and body that no longer conformed to its assumptions. When the absence was discovered, disbelief followed. The idea that someone could leave Azkaban alive, unaided and undetected, challenged decades of institutional certainty. Initial explanations sought external causes. Perhaps the guards had been lax. Perhaps security protocols had been compromised. The possibility that the system itself had been outmatched was slower to be acknowledged. The response was swift but uneven. Additional precautions were imposed. Oversight increased. Yet these measures addressed symptoms rather than foundations. They did not resolve the underlying issue, which was that Azkaban's effectiveness depended on emotional predictability. The revelation carried implications beyond a single case. If despair could be circumvented under certain psychological conditions, then the prison was not absolute. It was contingent. Fear alone could not guarantee containment. Public reaction was tightly managed. Details were restricted. The narrative emphasized danger rather than vulnerability. The escape was framed as an anomaly, a singular aberration rather than evidence of systemic weakness. This framing preserved confidence in the short term, but it did not restore certainty. Within the ministry, quiet reassessment began. Questions that had been deferred resurfaced. How many prisoners had been reduced not to compliance, but to emptiness? How many remained intact in ways that the system failed to recognize? And how many more failures would occur as conditions outside the prison continued to change? The Dementors themselves responded to the shift in subtle ways. Their patrols grew less consistent. Their presence felt less contained. As despair spread beyond the island through conflict and instability, the prison no longer held a monopoly on their sustenance. The gravitational pull that had anchored them to Azkaban weakened. This change altered the balance that had sustained the system for generations. The prison had relied on exclusivity, on being the primary site of concentrated suffering. Once that exclusivity eroded, so did the logic that justified its design. In the years that followed, further breaches would occur. Some were escapes, others took the form of mass releases driven by political upheaval rather than structural reform. Each event chipped away at the prison's authority, revealing a system that could not adapt to conditions beyond its original assumptions. What had once been framed as permanence was exposed as dependence. Azkaban had never been unassailable, it had merely been unchallenged. As the wizarding world moved toward open conflict, the consequences of relying on fear as a foundation became impossible to ignore. Creatures sustained by despair aligned themselves with the most abundant sources of it. Institutions built on silence struggled to respond when silence collapsed. The prison remained standing, but its meaning had changed. It was no longer a symbol of inevitability. It was a reminder of what happens when control is mistaken for stability. The reckoning that followed would not erase Azkaban's past, but it would force the wizarding world to confront the cost of having created it in the first place. As conflict widened beyond the confines of the prison, the balance that had once kept the Dementors contained continued to erode. War alters the emotional landscape of a society long before it alters borders or leadership. Fear spreads unevenly, settling into homes, workplaces, and institutions that had previously felt stable. Grief becomes familiar. Uncertainty becomes routine. These conditions, diffuse and persistent, created new sources of sustenance for creatures that had once relied almost exclusively on Azkaban. The Dementors responded accordingly. Their movements grew less predictable, their allegiance less reliable. No longer bound by a singular source of despair, they drifted toward areas where suffering was most concentrated. This shift was gradual rather than abrupt, easy to dismiss as coincidence until its implications became undeniable. The ministry attempted to reassert control through negotiation and containment, but such efforts misunderstood the nature of the relationship. Dementors did not recognize authority in political terms. They responded to abundance. Where despair was richest, they lingered. Where it waned, they withdrew. Azkaban, once an inexhaustible reservoir, could no longer compete with the widespread suffering produced by open conflict. As their presence within the prison fluctuated, conditions inside grew increasingly unstable. Periods of intensified pressure alternated with moments of relative absence, creating an environment that oscillated unpredictably. Prisoners, already psychologically compromised, struggled to adapt. The consistency upon which the prison's control depended dissolved. This instability culminated in a series of mass escapes, events that shattered the remaining confidence in Azkaban's effectiveness. These were not coordinated rebellions planned from within. They were opportunistic surges made possible by lapses in the very mechanism that had once guaranteed containment. When the Dementors withdrew, even briefly, the fortress was revealed to be a structure like any other, formidable but not absolute. The consequences were immediate and far-reaching. News of the escape spread rapidly. no longer containable through restricted reports or managed narratives. The public learned not only that Azkaban had failed, but that it had failed in ways that exposed how fragile its foundations had always been. Trust in the ministry eroded alongside fear. If the prison that symbolized ultimate containment could be breached, then the assurance it provided had been illusory. The very institution designed to embody certainty had become evidence of miscalculation. In response, the ministry faced choices it had long deferred. Continued reliance on Dementors now carried unacceptable risk. Their allegiance could no longer be assumed, and their presence beyond the prison posed direct danger to the wider population. What had once been framed as controlled use was revealed as tolerated proximity. The decision to remove the Dementors from Azkaban did not come easily. It required acknowledging that the system had been built on an arrangement that could not be enforced indefinitely. It required accepting responsibility for the suffering that arrangement had produced, and it required imagining an alternative approach to incarceration that did not depend on despair. When the Dementors were finally expelled, Azkaban was left changed but not cleansed. The fortress remained standing, its walls saturated with the residue of centuries of suffering. Without its former guards, the prison no longer functioned as it once had, but its history could not be undone. The transition to human guards altered the character of the institution. Oversight increased. Accountability became necessary. Conditions, while still harsh, no longer depended on psychological annihilation as their primary mechanism. Yet the absence of Dementors did not restore what had been taken from those who endured their presence. For the wizarding world, this shift marked a belated recognition that fear is an unstable foundation for justice. It can enforce compliance for a time, but it cannot sustain legitimacy. When circumstances change, fear adapts unpredictably, aligning itself with the strongest current rather than with the structures that attempt to wield it. Azkaban's role in the collective imagination changed accordingly. It no longer represented inevitability. It represented warning. The prison stood as a reminder of what happens when convenience replaces reflection, and when suffering is outsourced rather than confronted. The reckoning that followed did not erase Azkaban's legacy, nor did it offer simple resolution. It exposed the long-term cost of decisions made under pressure and maintained through habit. The wizarding world was left to grapple with the consequences of having trusted fear to do the work of justice. What remained was not closure, but responsibility. The fortress endured silent and imposing, carrying within its walls the accumulated weight of what had been allowed to happen there. Its continued existence demanded memory rather than denial, and vigilance rather than complacency. In the years that followed, Azkaban ceased to be the centre of the wizarding world's penal imagination. It became instead a reference point, a reminder that the systems a society builds to protect itself can, if left unexamined, become sources of harm in their own right. In the aftermath of open conflict, the wizarding world was forced to reconsider assumptions that had once seemed unassailable. Institutions built on fear rarely invite scrutiny while they appear to function, but once their failures are exposed, justification gives way to reckoning. Azkaban, stripped of the Dementors that had defined it for centuries, stood at the centre of this reassessment. Leadership changed, and with it came a shift in emphasis. Security remained a priority, but it was no longer pursued through emotional annihilation. Human guards replaced creatures of despair, introducing oversight, accountability, and the possibility of intervention. This transition did not transform Azkaban into a humane place, nor was it intended to. Confinement remained severe, isolation remained profound, and the fortress itself resisted any attempt to soften its presence. What changed was not the structure, but the philosophy that governed it. Punishment was no longer justified by erasure alone. The removal of Dementors signalled an acknowledgement, however belated, that suffering could not substitute for justice indefinitely. Fear had proven efficient, but it had also proven corrosive. For those still imprisoned during the transition, the change was disorienting. The constant pressure that had defined daily existence receded, leaving behind a silence that felt unfamiliar rather than comforting. Without the relentless intrusion of forced memory, prisoners confronted the aftermath of what they had endured. For many, this reckoning was as painful as the imprisonment itself. Emotional numbness did not lift easily. Joy did not return on command. Former prisoners who had already been released found little solace in reform. The damage inflicted by prolonged exposure to Dementors could not be undone by policy change. Memory gaps persisted. Emotional range remained constricted. Trust, once broken, proved difficult to restore. These individuals carried Azkaban with them, not as a location, but as a permanent alteration of inner life. Public discussion of Azkaban shifted accordingly. Where the prison had once been invoked as a deterrent, it now became a subject of uneasy reflection. Questions emerged about accountability and responsibility. Who had authorized the system? Who had benefited from its efficiency? And who had been harmed in ways that would never be fully documented? These conversations were often incomplete. Institutional memory has a tendency to soften with time, and there was reluctance to dwell too closely on past decisions made under pressure. Yet the existence of Azkaban, unchanged in its physical form, resisted easy forgetting. The fortress remained as it always had, a visible reminder of choices made and consequences endured. Rather than demolish it, the wizarding world chose to preserve Azkaban. This decision reflected ambivalence rather than resolution. Destruction would have offered symbolic closure, but it would also have erased a tangible reminder of what had occurred there. Preservation allowed the prison to function as both institution and warning, a place where memory could not be entirely set aside. In this new context, Azkaban ceased to be singular. It was no longer the unquestioned endpoint of magical justice. Alternative facilities emerged, smaller in scale and subject to greater oversight. Rehabilitation, long absent from the penal imagination, entered discussion, if not always practice. The idea that punishment could coexist with accountability began to take tentative hold. These changes did not resolve the deeper ethical questions Azkaban raised. They did not restore what had been taken from those who suffered within its walls. They did not absolve the society that had allowed fear to govern its response to wrongdoing. What they offered instead was an opportunity to remember. Azkaban's legacy became inseparable from this act of remembering. The prison no longer functioned primarily as a threat. It functioned as evidence. Evidence of what happens when convenience overrides compassion and when control is mistaken for stability. Its continued existence demanded vigilance, not reverence. In the end, Azkaban was neither redeemed nor erased. It remained a scar rather than a solution, a reminder etched into stone that justice, when stripped of humanity, becomes indistinguishable from cruelty. The wizarding world could move forward only by carrying that knowledge with it, resisting the temptation to look away again. Among the most unsettling aspects of Azkaban's history are the cases that never fit comfortably within official narratives. These were not instances of spectacular villainy or notorious crimes that demanded public reckoning. They were quieter stories, often reduced to a name, a date, and a sentence imposed under conditions that left little room for scrutiny. In periods of fear and instability, certainty hardened quickly, and suspicion became sufficient. The mechanisms designed to protect secrecy did not always protect truth. For those imprisoned without guilt, the experience of Azkaban carried an additional burden. The absence of wrongdoing did not blunt the effects of despair. In many cases, it intensified them. Confusion and betrayal introduced emotions that the prison was particularly effective at exploiting. The inability to understand why punishment had been imposed created a constant search for explanation, a mental movement that never found resolution. Innocence fostered expectation. The belief that a mistake would be corrected lingered, sometimes for months, sustained by the assumption that justice, once informed, would respond. Each day without acknowledgement eroded that belief. When hope finally collapsed, it did so abruptly, leaving behind a sense of abandonment more corrosive than guilt. The mind, deprived of explanation, turned inward in search of fault that did not exist. The Dementors responded to this emotional turbulence without distinction. They did not discriminate between remorse and bewilderment, between regret and disbelief. All forms of distress were nourishment. In this way, innocence became another source of vulnerability rather than protection. The prison made no allowance for moral context. It treated suffering as sufficient justification for its own continuation. Some innocent prisoners attempted to maintain clarity by rehearsing facts. They repeated names, dates, and sequences of events, holding onto the logic of their own history as a means of resistance. These efforts rarely endured. The environment undermined narrative coherence, dissolving sequences into fragments. Memory, once a source of defense, became another site of erosion. Over time, the gap between self-perception and external reality widened. Prisoners who knew themselves to be innocent struggled to reconcile that knowledge with the treatment they received. Authority's silence implied condemnation. The absence of correction suggested guilt. This contradiction exerted constant pressure on identity, forcing the mind to choose between trusting its own experience and accepting the reality imposed upon it. For many, that choice resolved in resignation. Acceptance did not take the form of confession or self-blame, but of emotional withdrawal. Caring became dangerous. Expectation became painful. Detachment offered the only available shelter, even as it invited further erosion. The damage inflicted by this process was not confined to the duration of imprisonment. Those who were eventually released carried with them a distortion of trust that proved difficult to repair. Institutions no longer appeared reliable. Authority no longer implied protection. The world beyond the prison felt unstable, its rules subject to sudden reversal. Relationships suffered accordingly. Former prisoners struggled to articulate what they had endured, finding that language failed to convey the texture of prolonged despair. Loved ones, lacking reference points, responded with sympathy that could not bridge the gap. Isolation persisted, reshaped rather than removed. In some cases, innocence complicated reintegration more than guilt might have. Without a narrative of wrongdoing to contextualize punishment, former prisoners were left with unanswered questions that resisted closure. They were expected to resume life without explanation, to accept that years had been taken without recourse. The demand for normalcy arrived without reconciliation. Within the ministry, such cases were often treated as unfortunate anomalies rather than systemic warnings. Records were amended quietly, if at all. Acknowledgement, when it occurred, was limited and procedural. Apology was rare, redress was minimal. The system had no mechanism for restoration proportional to the harm inflicted. This reluctance to confront error reflected a deeper discomfort. Admitting wrongful imprisonment threatened the legitimacy of the entire structure. It raised questions about how many similar cases existed and how easily fear had overridden caution. It exposed the fragility of a system that relied on removal rather than understanding. The presence of innocent prisoners also challenged the moral logic used to defend Azkaban's severity. If suffering was justified as deterrence, then its application to those who had committed no crime revealed the hollowness of that justification. Deterrence loses meaning when it no longer corresponds to action. Over time, these cases accumulated quietly, their impact dispersed across individuals rather than concentrated in public outrage. Each represented a life altered beyond repair, a trajectory diverted by decisions made under pressure and maintained through inertia. Collectively, they formed an indictment that was never formally delivered. Azkaban did not distinguish between guilt and innocence because it was not designed to. Its purpose was containment through despair, not moral adjudication. In choosing such a system, the wizarding world accepted the risk that truth would be collateral damage. That acceptance, more than any single error, defined the prison's ethical failure. The legacy of these wrongful imprisonments did not end with reform. Even after Dementors were removed and oversight increased, the harm remained. Memory does not respond to policy change. Trauma does not dissolve when conditions improve. For those affected, Azkaban continued to exist as an internal reality long after physical confinement ended. These stories complicate any attempt to view the prison's history as a closed chapter. They insist on lingering questions about responsibility, restitution, and the limits of institutional correction. They reveal that the deepest wounds inflicted by Azkaban were not always visible, and that the cost of fear-based justice extended far beyond those it was intended to contain. When viewed from a distance, Azkaban can be mistaken for an anomaly, a grim outlier born of extreme circumstances and abandoned once those circumstances passed. Looked at more closely, it becomes something else entirely. It becomes a mirror held up to the wizarding world, reflecting not only fear and cruelty, but the quiet compromises that allowed both to flourish. Azkaban was sustained less by malice than by delegation. Responsibility was dispersed across offices, eras, and individuals until no single hand appeared to be guiding it. Each decision was framed as temporary, pragmatic, or necessary. Together, those decisions formed a system that normalized suffering while insulating its architects from direct involvement. Distance made endurance possible. The prison's longevity depended on silence. So long as its effects remained remote, its existence could be rationalized. The island's isolation ensured that suffering unfolded without witnesses, while secrecy discouraged inquiry. What was unseen became abstract, and what was abstract became tolerable. In this way, Azkaban revealed how easily moral urgency erodes when consequences are displaced. Fear played a central role in this process. But not only as a tool of punishment, fear shaped governance itself. It narrowed the range of acceptable solutions and rewarded certainty over caution. When fear governs decision-making, complexity becomes liability. Azkaban thrived in this environment precisely because it eliminated complexity by removing people entirely. The prison also exposed a deeper vulnerability within magical society, a reliance on containment over understanding. By treating crime as something to be isolated rather than examined, the wizarding world deferred the harder work of reflection. Azkaban absorbed not only criminals, but the discomfort of asking why harm occurred and how it might be prevented. This dynamic extended beyond incarceration. Once fear became an acceptable substitute for justice in one domain, its logic spread. The presence of Azkaban reshaped expectations across institutions, reinforcing the idea that safety justified extreme measures. The prison did not merely respond to fear, it taught fear how to function. Even after its reform, Azkaban continued to exert influence. Its existence reminded the wizarding world of what it was capable of when urgency eclipsed restraint. The fortress stood unchanged, its walls bearing silent witness to choices made and consequences endured. Preservation, rather than demolition, ensured that this witness remained. In this sense, Azkaban's value lies not in deterrence, but in memory. It challenges the comforting belief that harmful systems are obvious in their cruelty. More often, they are built incrementally, sustained by habit, and defended by appeals to necessity. Azkaban demonstrates how quickly necessity can become doctrine. Remembering Azkaban does not require fixation on its horrors. It requires attention to its origins and endurance. It requires recognizing how fear narrows imagination and how silence enables harm. These lessons are not confined to one place or one era. They recur wherever safety is pursued without accountability. For those who listen to these histories, there is space to approach them gently. Law is not only a record of events, but a record of values revealed under pressure. In the quiet unfolding of these stories, patterns emerge, offering insight without urgency. If you found this exploration settling, something to return to rather than rush through, you're welcome to continue listening here. There are many corners of the wizarding world, shaped by similar choices, each offering its own lessons when examined slowly. If you'd like to support the channel, consider liking the video, subscribing, or simply returning when you're ready to rest with another story. Until then, take care, and let the echoes of this one fade softly into the background.